Hello, are we in? 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello. Are we in? Are we in? Can everyone hear? Can anyone hear? Hello, Enrique. Hello. Whoa. Hello, MK. Can we get a confirmation? Do we have music and voice? I need to set up a sidechain, don't I? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I should have a template for this by now. Hello, Hippo Games. Yes. Kieran, Jack, welcome back. Hello. How is everyone? Bear with me while I set things up. Sidechain from Audio 1. Pre-effects. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello. It's overlapping. Yes, 1 second. Sorry. Why isn't this working? 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. Ah, there we go. My bad. Let's try. 2.5. 2. 2 to 1. Hey, there we go. Hello, Matthew. Do I have compression on my vocal? Bear with. What are we doing? The age-old question. The one thing I wanted to do, everyone has been asking for Boris Brejcha. Boris Brejcha? Anyone German in the chat can help me with that? I was going to research some Boris Brejcha. The audio has that weird rising kick effect you get on Bluetooth headphones. Oh, like there's white noise before each loud sound effect. Oh, hang on. Well, I need to go on headphones yet. I'm still on speakers. See if this helps. Can anybody 1, 2, 1, 2? Right. Well, this is the thing, Rumblefish. I thought it was a play on the words Boris Brejcha, the famous tennis player. And in England, we've already said we say that as Boris Brejcha. So either it's a play on that word, or his name is just coincidentally similar, and they're both. Was Boris Brejcha German? I don't. suppose it's just one of those things where you associate it with a sound you already know. There's loads of white noise when you talk. Oh. That's interesting. 1 second. Let's just stop the music a second. Is there loads of white music? White music. Is there loads of white noise in general, or only when I talk, like it's a noise gate? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. As German as one could possibly be. Kieran says he can't hear any white noise. And none for Susrut. Susrut? Game dev, a little white noise. Right, I wonder what that... Well, it is an SM7. Absolutely cranked, because SM7s are very low sensitivity. So there will be some white noise coming through when the preamp is cranked. Sounds very minimal. Are you listening? Who is asking? TRD. Are you listening on a very compressed system by any chance, like laptop speakers or a phone? That might kind of exacerbate the problem. Excuse me. Not that bad. Okay. I do have an expander on it. But I can't hear that result back because it's in OBS. 1 2 1 2, or I could just take that off completely. What happens now? 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Only when I talk. You're on headphones, TRD, right. It's not too bad. Oh, it's worse now. So now you have constant white noise. Sorry, there's a delay. Let's try that. Yeah, so the expander's doing its job. The gig is up. Now we know you use compressors. I've always used compression on my vocal. Absolutely. Yeah, basically, if any of you have ever seen, well, you would have seen them, the Shure SM7. It's probably one of the most famous broadcast mics. That's what I'm using. But it's going directly into my RME interface. Most people use a preamp in between, something like what's called a cloud lifter, because the SM7 is a very, very low-level microphone, very insensitive. It's got a built-in transformer. So you need a good preamp to get any level out of it. The built-in preamp on the RME, the USB one, is a good 65 decibels. So it's cranked by about 55 decibels right now. So that brings up any noise floor in the system, and I've got a little expander on it so that it should only open when I speak. Hello, Carlos. No, I don't have a preamp on it. Well, I mean, the preamp is the interface preamp. Excuse me, I have something in my throat. Okay, so, yes, what I wanted to do, at least in some... See, I don't know enough about... I mean, OBS, Comica. I don't know enough about Boris. Well, the thing about Boris is everyone asked me to do a video on kind of how to be like Boris. And the thing is, he doesn't really have one sound. So I was going to ask you lot what you consider his... I know Gravity and Purple Noise and, you know, these tracks are probably his biggest. Why do people use SM7s? It's not a good mic for this. This is what it was designed for. It's a broadcast mic. I mean, it's an old broadcast mic at this point. Is it 60s, 50s? Can't remember. It's been around a long time. Its purpose is broadcast. Broadcast vocals. They're very good for this. Not necessarily my voice. I'm not a broadcaster. I do my best to sound eloquent on the internet. But being a Northern English chap, we cut off a lot of words. So I do slip into that accent when you catch me ranting or when we're live, obviously. Am I on TikTok? No, I'm not, Tronic. No, I've not bothered with the TikTok thing. I'm not good at short form content at all. What you find out very quickly if you've ever run a brand, doesn't matter if it's a music brand, but a music brand, I suppose, is the best example. Across all the social media platforms, you find there's not a lot of crossover. So, you know, 100 million views on YouTube does not translate to even a tenth of that on Spotify, and vice versa. 100 million on Spotify doesn't get you a lot on YouTube, and, you know, SoundCloud audience is not the YouTube audience. TikTok is not the same audience as YouTube either, obviously. They're all very, very different people. And I don't have a lot of time or a team behind me. So I just stick to what I do best, which is I try to give high quality info, and I can't really do that in a short amount of time. I'm not efficient enough. I can't remember who the quote is from, but it was a very funny quote which said, "If I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter." Because it's actually harder to make short content, especially when you're not used to it. Trying to get a point across in under 60 seconds or whatever your time limit may be, when I think it takes about 20 minutes. It's not something I'm good at, I'm afraid. One day I will hire an editor when we get kind of profitable or in, you know, any kind of income on the way. I think that's a long way off, but hopefully they'll be able to help me make short form content like TikTok or Instagram that's actually valuable to people. But right now, I can't do it well, so I don't do it at all. My music is on TikTok, sorry. Yes, when you this is not my real voice. It's kind of my real voice. It's me trying to be articulate. I'm crossing my T's, dotting my I's. I'm trying to get as close to what we call British RP, received pronunciation, as possible. What you hit, kind of the accent you would hear a newsreader use. Mostly because I do this because any international viewers which do not, even if they speak English, we have so many different accents in England that it can be very hard to pass the information. And because my quality is all about quality information, I'm not really an entertainer. Obviously, there's some humor in there, but the main brand of the channel is information. So I try to speak as clearly as possible. So the closed caption algorithm can automatically pick up my subtitles, so I don't have to edit subtitles manually. So people in other language countries could hopefully benefit from the tutorials. Is the reason. If I was to speak in my normal voice, I don't know if I can do it, or just turn it on like that. I'd have to be with friends and family, But to give you an idea, you can hear it in my U's when I say but and would and things like that. There's a very round U letter up in the north of England. For example, there's a lot of abbreviation, not too dissimilar to Jamaican patois. Instead of asking your friends, are we going to the pub? It'd be, we off to pub tonight. We off to pub. So it's we off to pub. Are we off to the pub? There's a lot of things cut out. We don't say to the, we just go to pub. And it's just a T and then pub, to pub. To the pub, that is short for. Things like that. So, heavy abbreviation. If I spoke like that on microphone to you lot, most of you would be lost. And I try to take very careful attention to the order of information. I don't know if you watched the beginner's chord video where I had my little rant at the beginning about watching Path of Exile tutorials. This is my big problem with most of the people who teach Path of Exile. They put the information in the wrong order. And therefore you end up not being able to follow along if you're a beginner, because there will be language used that you have not learnt yet. So the first time you hear a word that you did not understand, like crossphase modulation, the next 5 minutes of talking, you completely ignore because your brain is stuck trying to work out what the term that you didn't understand meant. And therefore you just lose all the information that comes after the weird word. So the order and quality of information and the pacing of how it's delivered and obviously the clarity of the speech, I think, is very important. I've always said I'm just trying to do my best Dan Worrell impression. He's got great pacing and enunciation. Yes. Carl Cox was born in Oldham, which is very close to where I was born in Rochdale, north of England. But he lives in London. He moved there very fast, I think. He does not have a Northern English accent. Liverpool slang is best, is it now? Growing up in kind of Manchester, I believe it's my job to rib the Scouse in somewhat. There was I follow Rocket League, and there's a Rocket League team made up of an English lad, an American lad, and a Scouse lad. They were called Gen G, an American org team. And I made the joke in the comments, how do they get past the language barrier? And everyone thought I was being racist towards Americans because Americans speak different English to, well, English people. And I said, no, I'm talking about the Scouse. I think it's my born job to rib the Scouse. I don't know why. We're only an hour away from each other, but we can't understand each other at all. Oh, Andrew lives in Scotland but is from Yorkshire. So you went even further north, where it's even more unintelligible. Yep. Anyway, let's crack on with a couple of questions. Is parallel compression a thing in house music? Well, in dance music, yes. Yeah, absolutely. The reason I don't talk about it or recommend compression in general is because I'm thinking about the audience that's either just starting and playing around, and in general, the best sound is going to come from just not compressing things, because those who compress without knowing what a compressor does, they are guessing. So it's much easier to damage sound than enhance it at that stage. So I just generally don't recommend people use compression. I don't use it a lot at all anyway, so that's the reason I don't really talk about it or recommend it. The least damaging form of compression is parallel compression. So if I was going to do a compression tutorial, that would certainly be in there. But the amount of times compression comes up in my production, in my day-to-day, is actually very little. It's just things like voice. If you've got any acoustic sound, like an acoustic guitar, the human voice, if it's not already been processed, saxophones, things like that, things that you have recorded yourself, like this voice now, that is when I would use compression. The rest of the time, I just don't. My one exception is probably drum breaks. If I'm doing anything to do with breaks, drum and bass, or I'm looking at Big Beat again, the old Fatboy Slim, Prodigy Chemical Brothers era. Going to be doing some of that again soon. Those kind of breaks, when you take old school hip hop breaks, those need compressing usually. Lots of dynamic range. Clipping and limiting. As in my attitude, well, limiters are just compressors with an infinite ratio, right? That's all they are. I know there's a little bit more science to them when if you go down the rabbit hole, but essentially a limiter is just a compressor with an infinite ratio. So it's the same deal for me. Yes, I don't limit things. The main reason I don't compress is groove. So yeah, if you're going to talk about what eliminates groove the most, the enemy of groove is usually limiting. So that's another reason I don't. Whereas clipping is the opposite. Like, clipping is not the same as limiting. People confuse the two because they both produce a flat line in terms of voltage, right? A brick wall limiter that doesn't let anything past, or, for example, is doing its job, quote unquote, perfectly. Not necessarily one that sounds good, but one that stops everything getting past, would produce a flat line if you pushed it hard enough, and clipping produces a flat line. So people conflate the two, but the two things are very, very different, because one's a dynamic adjustment, a volume adjustment. Clipping is a distortion. Clipping trades, essentially, you're trading low frequencies for high frequencies until you get a square wave, which is, if you saw my video on how not to master your tracks, I do a deep dive into clipping and the whole 32-bit DAW system, and when I use it and when I don't. But what about a groovy compressor? Well, the thing is, when you get far enough into your journey of production, compression is absolutely fine. Because when you master compression, obviously you have to practice at some point. So I'm not saying people never touch compressors. Let's bring up an example while we're having a rant about compressions. Let's bring a break up. Breaks are a great example for let's have a look. Sample Magic Vintage Break Series. Let's find a dynamic. Hey, there we go. There's a rip-off of the old James Brown Funky Drummer. Let's put this in beats mode so we get some transients back. Now, while we're here, your biggest lesson before you even talk about compression is your ear training. So you would first need to recognize that this loop was itself dynamic. Can everyone hear the crack on that snare drum, how it really jumps out compared to the rest of the drums? If you're listening on phones and laptop speakers that have processing built in, you might not get this, but if you're on good headphones or studio monitors, it should be a little bit more obvious. Now, as a comparison, let me find a loop that I would consider not worthy of compressing, shall we? Well, there we go. First example. Let's Did anyone hear that one, how comparatively squashed that was? Even regardless of whether you're looking at the waveform or not. Hear how the snare drum sounds. I know it's a duller sound in general, but it sounds kind of as opposed to bat. To give you an onomatopoeia example, it's kind of shaved off at the beginning compared to. Anyway, so it all starts there, right? You have to recognize dynamics in order to be able to process dynamics. So that's kind of your first battle, getting an ear for. You see, if you solely work in electronic music, it's harder to actually hear that stuff because 95% of the things you'll be hearing will be compressed or heavily compressed. So you don't really have an appreciation for true dynamics. And I would say find some orchestral recordings that you like and absorb those, because that's probably the epitome of dynamics. No, I don't have a limiter or compressor on the master. And Correctronic, yes, I don't. If the ever since I read the Bob Katz book, Mastering Audio, in the noughties, he said, and he's one of the best mastering engineers that ever lived. He said, if a good mix doesn't need mastering, so well, the best mix, I think the quote is, the best mixes don't need mastering. So that blew my mind in my 20s. When I realized that mastering wasn't actually a necessary process, because obviously every man and his dog will tell you that everything needs mastering. That's how you get a finished sound, but it's not the case at all. And once I realized that, if you're not sending to a mastering engineer, then there's no point limiting yourself to trying to do all the processing on the master. You might as well do all the processing where you have the most control, which is in your sounds. So your sound selection is where it starts. That's the most important bit. Ideally, you should just be able to select all the best sounds that fit together. I don't mean the best sounds in the sense of have the best samples, because every sample is worthy. It's just how it fits with the next sample. So your kick needs to match your bass and vice versa, or be complementary to each other. Probably some sidechain on the low end. And then the only other thing you should need to do is adjust the volume of your faders. And that should be it. You should not have to do any other mixing. Did Bruce Swedian actually say compression is for children? I mean, I know he was advanced. You kind of do get bored of hearing compression everywhere when you've been an engineer for a long time. Yes, exactly, Jack. Yeah, that's kind of that's what I would say mastering was about. You see, the mastering engineer's job used to be to equalize the album. That meant if you had 12 tracks from an artist, not all of them would have been necessarily mixed or recorded in the same studio, especially in the case of a live band, because they might have to record the drum kit from one studio, the vocals at another, etc. The mastering engineer's job was to bring everything together, make sure everything sounded like a whole. And in some cases, they were the people with the fresh ears that could put the album in order as well. So they would choose the order of the album, made sure it all sounded great together. That involved obviously level adjustment to make sure they were all equal levels, not on meters. They always did it by ear as well, because the vocal level will usually dictate where we think the loudness of a song is. So even if the vocal is lower on one track, they might have to raise that track if it followed a track where the vocal was louder. Anyway, so yeah, the mastering engineer's job used to be to equalize all the songs, not necessarily with just EQ, but just make sure everything sounded like a coherent whole. I've had to do that several times in the past. Not anymore, though. I've not worked on an album for a long time. That was when albums were an important format. But that used to be the mastering engineer's job. It wasn't about getting loud or, anyone with fresh ears will make an improvement on your track. If you give them the stems or the parts to a different engineer, they'll probably make a 5 to 10% improvement, even if they're not a mastering engineer. Just because they'll have fresh ears on it and you won't. So the mastering engineers, the benefit of having one is always just basically a second pair of ears to the engineer. And ideally, they would have a proper studio without like a mixing desk in there, because mixing desks mess up the acoustics of the room. So if you go to a mastering studio, they won't have a big mixing desk in there. They'll usually have a much clearer route to the speakers in the walls. Much better acoustics in a mastering engineer than in a recording studio or mixing studio. So, what makes your amateur mixes sound less loud? You're probably overcompressing things. Seriously, I mean that's. If you saw my video on bass processing. So there's two big things, right? All of the energy, especially in modern music, is taken up by the low end. If you get the low end wrong, then you have no headroom to work with. And if you try to mix at a lower level with the intention of mastering it later, you're going to be oblivious to the hundreds of problems that your track is going to have when you turn it back up. This is why I don't do any mastering or barely any mixing, because if you just try to make the track at the finished level, the distortion on the master bus will tell you all the problems. If you just make your track at 0 from the start and let it clip the master bus, when it sounds horrible, that's an indicator that you need to sort something out. So if you do that from the very beginning, by the time you've finished, you will have sorted out all those problems because it won't sound bad anymore, and you will already be at master level, quote unquote master level. You'll just be there. You don't have to try. But the main thing that takes up that headroom is the bottom end. So the side chaining of the kick off the sub, the sub off the kick is kind of a lot of where your headroom woes will be. And then reference, as Will says. Oh, Satora. Yes. Reference from the beginning, because then also your attitude towards referencing is important. If you're referencing a track thinking that I can't match that track until my track is compressed and mastered and some magical process that I don't know about because I'm not an professional engineer yet, then that's the wrong way to go about it, because then you will leave things off the table. You will leave it unfinished by default because you're expecting more that you can't do. Whereas if you reference with the attitude that you have exactly the same tools that they do, which is true. This wasn't the case in the 90s when we didn't know how, if you're 15 years old or whatever and you've never been in a real studio and you don't have access to any studio gear because we didn't have laptops or internet, or we didn't know what was going on inside the studio. When your band recorded into your 4-track tape little Porter Studio thing, you didn't expect it to sound like a professional record because you knew there was gear that you didn't have. Whereas now, a laptop just levels the playing field and a decent set of headphones. So reference with the attitude that you can do exactly what they can do. I was going to talk about compression. So here's our here's our highly dynamic loop. Here's a compressor. The first thing you do is never touch a compressor's presets, because part of compression is judging where the threshold is, which is just means where is the start point? At what point does the level of this waveform have to trigger the compressor? So above a certain amount, you won't get any compression at all. So imagine if you choose a compressor preset that has a threshold at 0 or something like this on this loop, it won't be doing anything. And before you even compress, your next question is, why are you doing it? So in the case of a really dynamic drum loop like this, when it's in the context of a mix, especially a modern, busy, bass-heavy mix, it might be that it gets buried and the only thing you can actually hear is that snare drum poking out. So your job of compression might be just to make sure the snare drum dips, so that you can turn the whole thing up so the whole loop is heard. That might be your job for compressing, sorry. So something like that might be okay. Now we can turn up the makeup gain. Now we're judging this in solo, so it's not the best lesson, but you can hear already by pulling the it is catching that snare drum quite a lot, and it's actually making it sound like there's now more reverb on the snare drum, because the relative peak of the snare drum hit versus the room or reverb is now lower, because we've compressed the peak and we've left the room reverb alone. Or in fact, we've turned it up, haven't we? Because we're trying to compensate for the now lower volume, because compression just reduces volume, right? If your compressor does not reduce volume, something is wrong. What you're hearing there is makeup gain, and that is not compression. Don't get the two confused. So now we've got more reverb on our snare, effectively, which might not be something you want. In which case, either blend in the compressor, what we call parallel compression, which was mentioned earlier. Sorry, I've forgotten who asked. Or we can lengthen the release time so the compressor doesn't recover as fast and bring that reverb tail up. Or your job might be to make this drum loop even snappier. Now, I'd rather use a transient enhancer for this, but you can use compressors for this purpose. If you raise the attack quite high, probably above 50 milliseconds, you'll let the initial peaks of the drums through, which is where the high frequencies are, because high frequencies are shorter waveforms, right? So this is like adding a high frequency EQ shelf to your drums. And this should get brighter. Or at least snappier. Not too bad. Different compressors behave different on different material. So part of your 10-year journey is finding which ones you like the sound of. Because they all recover different. They all, they obviously all compress different. They all have different compression curves, attack curves, release curves, etc. Some of them are very responsive to the material. Some of them are very static. Some of them are just very good at smashing stuff. They don't really have much attack. Anyway, yes, the main thing to watch out for with compression is just to know why you're compressing in the first place, and being able to identify in the source recording what you're trying to achieve. If it's already too dynamic and you can hear that, then yes, sure, reach for a compressor or a limiter. Or you might go for distortion instead, which is a different thing again. Helix, how do I rate tube compressors? What, all of them? Are they all the same? It depends how the tube is implemented. Again, well, now you're merging distortion with compression. Some actually use the tubes for the sidechain, as in the detector of the circuit, which is judging how much reduction. Some use the tubes for that. Some just use it in the amplifier stage. Some use it in all the preamp and the detection and the output stage. Depends on what type of tube compressor. They have a very different sound. Tubes give you lots of even order, I say lots of, some of them are very subtle. They give you even order harmonics, which is quite a subtle distortion on the whole. It's just it's a flavor. If you want to play around with flavor, just download all the variety of sound plugins. Then you can play with tapes and tubes. Tapes. I've invented a new processor. It's a tape tube. Tape. Natural. What version of the HD25s do I have? I have the normal 2-band. I have the 2-band from, now mine are very old. They're like 15, 20 years old at this point, which is another reason you should buy high quality equipment, because then you don't have to ever rebuy it. It saves you a lot of money. Back when they were 150 quid, $200-ish, I got 2 pairs and they're still with me. I have not had to replace the drivers, only the foam earpad bits. That's the only things I ever have to replace. I've got a set of the very Mark 1s and Mark 2s. I nearly said I've got a set of the originals then, but the originals were even before the Mark 1s. I think they were the ones that they gave away on Concorde. And if you didn't know, yes, if you ever flew Concorde, you got a set of HD25s. Luxury. Do I like the Ableton push workflow? I've got one right in front of me. I've just turned it on. It comes in handy. I don't use it anywhere near to its full potential, probably because I already play keys and other instruments, you know. So I've got a push 2 here. I wasn't tempted by the 3, certainly not at that price. And I mainly use it for auditioning sounds quickly because it's right there in front of me. Obviously the playback, transport controls, hit and play and record, and when I'm recording automation on, like the compressor here, you can see everything automatically comes up, doesn't it? You don't have to map anything. So if I need to record automation live, like effects, it comes in handy for that. But I don't use it for its like music making workflow. They've made it very much so. In theory, you could make music without the screen on, which is great. But I'm kind of too efficient these days. I don't actually play around for that long. I am making a video at the moment, which is it's more thoughts on why people don't finish tracks. It actually started as a rant about a part of our brain called the amygdala, which is largely responsible for why creative people sabotage their own work. But apart from the biology lesson, one other thing I got thinking about was the reason you sit down to make music is a big factor, which gets clarified a hell of a lot when you start, when you become professional. Because then you don't have an excuse not to make music. You kind of have to keep the lights on. And when I sit down to make a tune, I'm sitting down to make a tune. That's it. It gets finished that night. Simple as that. 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, I will finish a track or 2 or 3 tracks. There's no question. And when that is the decision for that evening, that's usually my Monday. When I'm working on Bthelick anyway. Monday is kind of finish Bthelick stuff day. Not videos. That's just music. When I sit down on a Monday, it's to finish a track. So I don't spend a lot of time playing around, like what I call sandbox work. I won't play with plugins and have a good time and just noodle about and try out different synth sounds or figure out how a plugin works, or I don't get distracted with any of that. I do whatever it takes to finish the track, and that's kind of that's the decision from the outset. I already know what I need to do. I probably have a plot in mind or a genre, or my manager will give me some kind of task, which again will be a genre or a plot. Or it will be something I need to research towards the next video. So I'll make something in that vein. And it will be finished that night. Simple as that. So there's no, I don't use the push in that way where I would just play around with patterns and beats and plugins and things. I don't have too much of an experimental phase on those nights. So that would be where the push would come in to its own, really. Yeah, it just gets used for automation and if I've got a sound loaded, it's faster to play the push than it is to turn. I've got a keyboard to my side, which is if my speakers are on. The speakers are at 45 degrees when I'm on the push, but if I'm playing my keyboard, oh, I've got some latency. 1 second. I'm on the wrong driver. There we go. So I can play the push when it's right in front of me and be listening to the speakers. Whereas if I'm on my keyboard, I have to turn to the side and then only my left ear is kind of hearing the sound, mostly because, you know, that's, anyway, just a logistics thing. If I'm playing piano parts, though, anything that actually requires keys, like a piano, then I will use a piano. But for most, the push is good for little bass lines or quick chord stabs, you know. Or, you know, just quick lines. I'm not a good player of the push. I'm no what was he called? The who was the launchpad genius? I've blanked. Hello, A2K. Madian, that's it, Madian. Yes. I'm no Madian on the push. I'm actually probably faster at drawing them in these days. I've made that many tutorials now. And I'm so conscious about a boring video. I try to draw in the notes as fast as possible. So I've got very efficient at drawing in my MIDI parts now. And also, years ago, here's a fun fact. Let me bring up, 1 second. I did a piano album just for a chill out music thing, just it was something I had to get done, really, just as a part of an experiment. It was in the early days of working out what the Bthelick brand was going to be. And my piano broke, so I had to do most of the album by drawing it in. Now, luckily, I can play piano, so I know what a realistic piano should sound like played. I did lots of tempo manipulation. I'm trying to find it. I forgot what it was called. We decided it wasn't going to be a Bthelick project in the end. And we also messed up. We chose a name that was already taken, so it got classed as a different artist. I didn't even get credited. I mean, legally, I got credited as my personal name for the writing, but is it this one? It's taking a very long time to load. I don't think my computer likes. This is it. Nuevo Ambiente. Right, so does this come up on screen? Everyone see that? Oh yeah, we were going to do Boris Brejcha. Let's get on Boris Brejcha next. Anyway, quickly, this album was done by drawing in the notes. Wonder if I'll get copyright strikes. That kind of stuff. Mostly for, all the SEO was done around study work, chill out, meditation, relaxation, etc., etc. One of the reasons we didn't put it under the Bthelick name, all these artist names, Nuevo Ambiente, which just means new ambience in French, Eastern Chill, Paradise Kingdom, Pacifico, these were all us. Me and my manager. But you get the idea. All that was drawn in. Yeah, I had to do that without a piano. But I was quite fast in the end. I think I managed 12 tracks. No, it was 16 tracks, wasn't it? Yeah. 16 tracks in... I didn't have a lot of work on at the time, so I managed to get it done within the month, I think. Yeah, so it can be done. Anyway, sorry, let's do some Boris. Do I have creative blocks? No. That's going into the video as well. The new video I'm working on, why people don't finish. Because there's a great quote by, I think it's before Stephen King, the book author, but Stephen King certainly believes it. Stephen King said, writer's block doesn't exist. And indeed, it was a phrase that wasn't coined until the 1950s or late 1940s. So the thing about writer's block is, when you realize no one gets talker's block, I'm bringing up Boris in the background, by the way, don't worry. You realize no one gets talker's block. So the reason people think writer's block exists is because they haven't recognized that the reason they can't think of anything is actually because their brain is paralyzed in fear. That's all it is. It's fear. It's a kind of symptom of the difference between saying something loud out loud now, like me, live. I would have a much harder time writing the same words down in order to publish a book. So what's the difference between me speaking live now and me being afraid to write them down in order to be published? Because it turns out it's just the fear of committing to something that will be cemented in the world. You're going to be held accountable for what you've said or done. Doesn't matter if it's speech, if it's art. People are going to judge you for the rest of time when you've committed your art down to a final format, be it MP3 or be it a published book. So writer's block just comes from the fact that you are scared to commit your thing to a final format. That's all it is. And when you kind of realize that, well, there's two factors to it. That's one of them. That's more the finishing side. The starting thing, the creative block, is usually choice paralysis. It's the reason I can't pick a new Steam game, because I think I've got 600 games on Steam. And I just keep playing Path of Exile or Rocket League, because I have to scroll through 500 other games, and I'm like, I don't know what to play. So, the problem with people who've got, Boris Brejcha's done a new one 4 days ago. Wizard? Anyone heard this Wizard? I've not heard this. Name me some Boris tracks. Obviously, we want to do Purple Noise. Just to finish my point, yeah, when you do music for a living, you have to do the work, which means you have to turn up to work. Like I say, if I sit down on a Monday, a track is getting finished. Doesn't matter how. Something's getting finished. And you can take the pressure off yourself by having the mantra, Seth Godin quote, which is, mathematically speaking, 50% of your ideas will be below average. Which is, in musical terms, just means they can't all be bangers. All you can do is try. So we try every day. We do something every day, every weekend, whatever your schedule allows. We try something and then we move on. We put it in the world and we try to better it next time. That's all you can do. The other thing that relieves the pressure from creative drought is knowing that every day you're going to improve in some fashion. You're going to learn something, or your ears are going to develop slightly more. Something is going to improve every single day that you do your art, your work. Something will improve. You will always get better over time. I'm still learning and my ears are still adjusting, and I'm still finding new things to find. Anyway, so if you're improving every day, someone on the on my How to Finish Videos video was saying, I'm not going to finish my tracks yet because I'm not good enough. I'm still improving. And I replied with, well, everyone's always still improving. So if the track is always going to be better tomorrow, or you're always going to have a better idea tomorrow or next week or next month, when is the track ever finished? And the truth is, it never is. So all an artist can do is just show the world where they're at right now. That's all you can do. You're always going to improve. It's always going to be better tomorrow. It's always going to be better next week. If I don't listen to a track for next week and then come back to it for whatever reason, like I have to do the radio edit, I will always spot something. Always spot something that I want to change. And if I've already done the extended edit and it's gone to Beatport, I'll sometimes change the radio edit because, Spotify edit I call them now because radio is kind of irrelevant. So I'll change it, but maybe slightly. But I'll always hear something if I leave time between. So all you can do is just hit mix down, hit render, and that's it. Right, let's listen to this new Boris. Let's get copyright strike for Boris Brejcha. Oh, I've got the Wheel of Death. There we go. Who's heard this new one? Wizard. Okay. You're a 154. Back to 5. Sounding very trancy. Now, this isn't an official upload, so this could be false. Does this sound like Boris? I suppose it does in a way. Yeah, it's not that Boris. got 2 trance basses. Well, 1 trance bass, 1 sub. That's white noise if you want to know how to do that. Just filter the white noise and put it on a sharp pluck envelope. I'm just grabbing these tracks for reference in the background here. Okay, nice minimal drop. Bass is just on the 1. Or is it dropping to 5? No. I think it's doing a 1-5-1 for its turnaround quickly. Or the sub is doing that. And then we've got we've got a Frisian piano line. No, because that's flat 2-1. Oh yeah, we got Frisian on the bass briefly there. And the bass rhythm is what I call a cross rhythm. It's every 3/16. Just keep doing 3/16 until it goes round over 2 bars. And you'll get that rhythm. Or something similar. So here's our chord break. We've got a pulsed sine wave. Nice piano melody. Just playing. This is just minor scale now. With no Frisian. We're into minor. Let's get the piano going so we can. Right, have those downloaded? Apparently it's called Wizard. Res. I just thought I'd grab the... Apparently that's his latest unreleased. No, you won't see the plugin. I've not loaded a plugin yet. That's just us. That's me checking the reference track and commenting what I'm hearing. Right, let's drag these in. Yeah, so if you didn't catch earlier, I took a long time to get round to it. Apologies. We were talking about lots of people have requested a Boris Brejcha video, but I don't know enough yet. So I'm going to try and analyze it live with your help. What's going on here? This is an interesting mix master. Maybe this is unofficial. Nice snare drum, stroke clap, whatever that is. It's almost a white noise blast. Very trance, stroke, industrial. Anyway, let's analyze the classics, because I actually still don't know if that's truly a Boris Brejcha track. He sounds like him, but is what legal? Which bit? People uploading unreleased tracks? No. I hope I'm a good time at the bar, Jack. Hello, Boop. Did anyone else think the beginning of Gravity sounds like Eli Brown, Believe? You got to believe in something. Was it Believe? Was it Eli Brown? Am I thinking of the right? I mean, I know they're just that Frisian sine wave lead with the pulsing, even in the same key. It's a different kit. Yeah, it did have a Frisian line in it, and then the beginning of this is it's in the percussion. Boop boop beep beep doo. Boris's is slower and more swung. Anyway, just reminded me of it for a minute there. So this is what I call a rolling bass. They're not too hard to make. It's just 16th notes, and then the rhythm comes from the side chain. Now, we do have a very long kick. Let me just filter out the high frequency so we can hear what's going on down there better. Boo. What pitch is that? Let me get my pitchfork here. I was like A sharp. Synth. Let's fast forward. Yeah, we're in A sharp. That was a minor chord. Okay. Yeah, it was in the minor scale right now. Let me load a piano. It looks like he likes pianos. Let's add some nice long reverb from Dragonfly. That will get us that kind of sound. That's an A natural, so that's not minor. That kind of percussive beat. Okay, we got bass pitch happening. Let me show you how to make the bass first. Let's take our Vital synth. Oh, let's get the tempo mat so we can play along. Start at the start. At the start. Start at the start. There we go. Right, what tempo are we at? Get the click on. Obviously not 120. It sounds like a 130, 128 something. We just put that there. Oops, sorry. Right one. What is happening? Why aren't we going in time? Oh, the start isn't on beat. Oh, that's annoying. The beginning's cut off. Who released this record? Oh, this rip of it doesn't have I thought that was confusing. We don't have a beat one. Right, so it's 127. Okay. How annoying. Yeah. the first kick drum is missing. Yeah, 127. Fine. Interesting. I can't tell if the bass is swung, but something in the percussion is swung. And because they're so far apart, you know, the hi-hats are very high and the bass is very low. It's not obvious whether they're clashing or not. Anyway. So we need a transient sound. Let's just draw that out for one bar. I'm going to put a little gap in there. It's literally that. I mean, that's rhythmically the line. Your sound then needs to be not a blur, so we need to have a spike so we can distinguish the notes. So you go for that kind of envelope. Make sure the attack is usually full. You don't want a long release, again, because the notes will blur together. And then we do the rest with the filter, which is a similar kind of envelope. You can use the same envelope, but I like to have more control. So that's the filter without the envelope. And then you make the filter dance, if you want, with the envelope. And then the only thing is we just need some detune. I don't want it to be that wide, though. If you want to sound modern, you go for as many voices as your synth will let you. If you want to sound older, you can reduce it. Because older synths didn't have that many voices. Let's get a basic beat going. But that, I mean, that's the line. That's all it is. Obviously, you have to dial in the sound. We need a side chain, so we get the rhythm. Not that kind of sidechain. Where's my other preset? Thought I'd saved one. There we go. Adjust the taste. Depends on the length of the kick drum. Oh, that's what I was checking, wasn't I? I was checking the length of the kick drum. We need to listen to Obviously, it's just we can hear the bass there. Let's try and get below the bass. Yeah. It doesn't sound like it's too long. Probably half the bar. Typical. But it's not a short, punchy kick by any means. It sounds like it's on an A flat or a G. Not that that matters. We know the kick is below the bass because we can hear the kick down here, whereas we can hear the bass a lot louder up here. So obviously that's determined by the key. What is A sharp on our A sharp is 58 hertz. So we're imagining the kick's probably at 50. Let's have a look. Yeah, something around there. That percussion is almost acid, isn't it? The bing, the thing that's on the A natural. Lovely. There we go. Should be an A natural. There you go. Yep. The filter doesn't need to be open that hard. So. Oh, remix. We're going to put a sine wave in for the actual sub later, once I've determined what the kick drum would be. I'm not going to recreate it too hard right now. This is just you're just watching me get cliff notes right now. Marauder bass. Yeah, it's very similar to the Marauder bass, Andrew. Yeah. Great question, Jack. Is Boris a DJ or a producer or both? I don't know. I actually don't know enough about him. Oh, Kamika's replied with producer. A producer who DJs, so he's both. Sorry, what was the legal question? I forgot to Tronic. I didn't see your the rest of your question. You didn't answer what legal. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier, would I ever release my XO kits? Which was an interesting question because I don't have any drums. What? My license is gone. Oh, was it? Eh? Have I moved it? Oh dear. Oh dear. Looks like we're using Splice Bridge for now. I'm not going to have I moved the license file or has something been deleted when my computer reset? I've never seen that message before. Split. Oh, Splice. What's spleen? Other than... Right, let's search for some... Need to put this somewhere, don't we? Oh, in yes again. Everything's reset on my machine for some reason. Apart from... Oh, no! It just shut Ableton down. And Splice won't load. Try again. Try again. Recover the session. Oh dear, oh dear. This is very amateur hour, isn't it? Report a crash. The crash was Splice. Let's try again. Oh, have they done an update? XLN. Yeah, sorry. Someone asked me, would I release my XO kits? And I don't have any. Everything you're hearing in XO is, if you don't know what XO does, it scans your hard drive for all the samples that you already own. So when I'm scrolling through XO, you're just hearing the thousands of samples I've collected over the years, be it Mark Knight or Defected or all of that lot. Noisier. Kashmir, to name all the popular packs. Who else? Is it Zen? Can't remember. But yes, anyway. That's all you're hearing. You're not hearing anything I've done. That's why I can't release a sample pack, because I've not made one. I've never made my own, other than Vital presets. When it comes to drums, I've always used the resources that are out there, like everyone else. I've not... I've got a ton of free stuff from Looperman as well, as you saw in the Organic House video. Right, is this coming through? Hey! Right, so we're going to use Splice to speed up this process. Again, I'm not trying to recreate everything exactly. We're just going to show the principles. Ah, there's a clue to the bass sound there. He opens up the filter. Hear that? That thing. That's the filter being opened up on the bass. So now you get to hear what's under that filter a bit better. So I can hear more of a square wave than a saw, to be honest. Or maybe it's a mixture of the two, or some other kind of hybrid waveform. So we're just going to go for house kicks. Search house kicks, one shots. Actually, just search loops. Why not? If you've never used Splice before, by the way, this is how it looks. There's not a lot about house, is there? Oh, it reset my thing when I... Yeah, that sounds like a kick drum. Now, do we have a kick drum exposed anywhere? Not really. Always merged in with the sub bass. So we don't get the, until AI manages to extract really buried sounds, We don't know what this kick drum really sounds like, other than the fact that it's quite long. And I'm not even sure my copy is a good one here, so sorry, I keep needing to bring up Splice. That wasn't too bad. That's too hard, we know that. I'm just going aesthetically. What's his attack like? It's quite soft. That's not too bad. That's too soft. That's not too bad, but it's not long enough. Hopefully you get to hear what the process is. Hopefully you can hear that one's too hard. That's not too bad, but it's a bit more techno than house. 909E. A bit too much thump. We need more of an invisible kick, but not too soft. See, that one's too soft. Yeah. I'm going to go with this one. I'm only doing this while I've got 1,000 kick drums already. This is just very for speed. Oh no, will it not let me buy it? Oh no. It's my account has to be linked because I'm logged in. There we go. So now I can just drag that in. Let's put this in drums mode so it doesn't mess with our transients. We can have an approximate kick. It'll do for now. Let's check it with the bass. Oh, the crash has reset my bass sound. Oh, dearie me, it's all going wrong. It's all going wrong. We had something like that, didn't we? Let me get the square wave in there. Yeah, we'll go to basic shapes. One saw, one square. We need to take off this random phase. That's what phase can do for you. While we're here, listen to that sound in phase and out of phase. Actually sounds like a different note. But that's cancelled out the low harmonics completely. That's why phase is bad for bass. And when they're on random phase, you get mixtures of all of that. Which sounds cool, but you can't use it for your sub track, which is why we're going to add a separate sub later. I might keep that for now. How steep does our filter need to be? Pretty steep, I think. Can you hear the odd note cancelling? Yeah, whatever he had, it wasn't a square. But we could be there forever trying to guess that. We need to turn up our bass. Everything is reset, doesn't it? It doesn't even open that far, does it? It's mostly sub at this point. Yeah, I am hearing it swing now. I agree with whoever said that earlier. Yeah, I think we're swinging. Probably, I'll put it on 57%. Sounds about right. Let's look for house top loops. Swung. Again, I would probably spend longer picking individual drums, but this is just to get us going. Oh, voices. Well, yeah, voices run 5. Well, since I heard the square wave, the random phase is kind of giving us some tuning variation now, so I don't need the extra voices on the saw. But again, I'm not final on that bass sound at all. At all. Right, so what I'm listening for in the top loop, apart from swung, we've got a very bright, almost tambourine-y hi-hat, which isn't super long, but it's not short either on the offbeat. And for all the in-between bits, we may have to get a separate percussion loop. I don't expect to find all that in the same loop, but we might get lucky. Something like that. Actually, for the skippy bits, that might actually do the job. I could always mute some of it. I'll show you what I mean, actually. Not a bad... even if we don't use it, I can show you an example of what one might do. Can I have the loop now, please? Give me the loop. Give me the loop. Bear with, it's taking its time to buy. While it's purchasing, let me look for that offbeat hi-hat groove. I wasn't too far off that one, but there was too much reverb. That's not a million miles away. That's not a million miles away at all. Maybe we don't need the percussion loop. Where was it? The one I just bought. That one, there we go. Let me show you what I was going to do. Now it's bought it anyway. What you can do, if you only like obviously certain sections of it, we can just go into clip gain. I mean, you could just chop it out here, obviously. Just chop out the sections you want. There's a really fast way of doing it in Ableton though, which is just mute the bits you don't want. I think I like those two there. Make that the loop. It's already swung by roughly the same amount I can hear, so we can keep that as some kind of in-between percussion. However, that loop I came across just then, it's got the right length of hi-hat, and it already has lots of other stuff going on. So we'll decide whether we want the hi-hat on its own or the rest. It's not very swung. You can tell because if you set your grid to, well, I can hear that it's not swung, but if you're not yet orally inclined to pick up on this kind of stuff, if you set your grid to 16ths, you'll find all the stuff that lands on the 8ths of the grid, which is these two, which are all your main beats, and then your in-between beats will be slightly behind if it's swung. See this? So it's slightly swung, just not quite enough. So I can actually add a tiny bit of swing in Ableton's warp section here. And that might bring us up to it's probably too much of that percussion. So I'm going to rearrange this. We want that. I think I want that on the 4. I think we'll do that. I don't want, so it's only busy on the turnarounds. And now our bottom loop is not swinging enough. That's better. So again, I'm not going for full recreation. We just want the vibe. Well, our snare is wrong. Well, I say wrong. His loop sounds heavily compressed, so he's not getting much backbeat. Because I've lowered the master volume, so I can talk to you clearly without you getting drowned out by the music, I can't hear what this sounds like at 0. Which is something I would just do in a normal session. So this isn't exactly how I would work. But if we wanted to replace, maybe just render this, consolidate with Control J if you don't know, or Command J if you're an Ableton user. Let's make that a new audio file, because then I can actually remove this snare if I so wish by doing this. And then we can put our own in. The more I listen to that loop, the more it sounds like an actual, like, acoustic disco top loop. The snare's not very obvious at all. Here's one trick you can do. Top tip. If you can't hear the snare well enough, which I can't hear, I'm going to make a copy. I'm going to try and just get this first. I want this section. Somewhere without a lot of background noise. Whoops. I just want a copy of it. I'm going to reverse the phase of it so it cancels out. So we get silence. We're going to try and play it under this section. So this is hopefully a kick drum, a hi-hat, and a bass, which is similar, which should leave the snare and some other stuff. You hear that? Obviously, there's still some bass in there and background ambience, but it's give us a better listen at the snare. It's kind of it does sound like a natural. So again, I'm going to search snare one-shots. Let's find something similar to that. It is quite important for the backbeat. Ours was sounding not. I mean, I know we haven't got the same kind of top loop, but the snare is a big part of that. Give it a listen to that again. Oops. Not too far off. Obviously, we don't want to clap. Let me listen again. That's a layer. That's not a million miles away, so let me just buy that one. If you don't know how Splice works, by the way, you pay monthly and you get hundreds of credits, and each sample is 1 credit. It's extremely cheap. So you end up in a situation where you've paid for a year and you've got 2,000 credits that you've not used. Snare drum. What am I doing? I just want to drag the snare drum down there. That creates a new sampler with our snare drum in it. It's probably going to be very loud. Let's listen back. I'm going to take some low end out just in case I think it's affecting the kind of upper mid punch of my kick. Be careful of this area, by the way, on snare drums. Very depending on how much of your kick drum relies on that chest area, that as opposed to the sub for the punch. You might need a lot less bottom end in your claps and snares. And as you can see, look at the sample. There's all this kind of leakage. This sounds like a drum machine snare, so chances are it's made with noise. That's how drum machines make snare sounds. White noise, basically. Different kinds of noise. And you can see the noise goes all the way down to the full sub region. So we don't want that anyway. It will do for jazz, as they say. Not too bad. Not too bad. That's not the hard bit. I still like the top end on his hi-hats, but never mind. We'll find another loop later. Let's get on with the other important stuff. Sorry, I tend to ignore chat while I'm concentrating on that. I can't really do many things at once. What did I do with the pencil tool? Mute the unwanted snare. Yes, sorry, yeah. Yes, get your pencil tool out, press B. And we were on clip gain. Don't choose mixer gain, mixer volume, because that will be adjusting the mixer fader. Do this on the clip itself. And then I've set my grid to 1/8. or you can set it to 16. So, you know, however length, I can see the snare drum is an 1/8 long. So you set it to 8ths, and then you just turn it down. Yeah. So this is effectively volume of this section of the clip. So, sometimes you have to watch out for, if you saw my drums tutorial, some snares or claps start before the beat. So you have to watch out for this little build up here. Else you end up with a little kind of thing into the snare. So sometimes you need to ramp. If you come out of your pencil tool, you'll be able to draw nodes in like this. So you can do something like that. So to make sure it doesn't just click before the snare arrives early. But I could see we didn't need to do that one for this. We've got a clean gap there. Just because I'm missing his top end and I can't be bothered finding a new loop, we're going to do a bodge job here of let's just brighten one. Something like that. Again, not going to spend too long on that. Already have. We're not very volume matched. His backbeat is very sunk, so I don't actually want to sound as squashed as him anyway. Probably still got the wrong kick, or maybe wrong pitch of kick. I didn't actually check that, did I? What's going on down here? Oh yeah, we're in the same area. Yeah, you can see it diving. Ooh, ooh. It lands on 50-ish, right? Yeah, 51. It's fine. It just doesn't have quite the same character. I could always try pitching it down if I wanted. But you're going to lose sound quality when you do that. Best to go and find another kick, really. But nothing wrong with the groove. It just doesn't sound exactly like his, so I'm fine with that. Yeah, it is a very Purple Disco Machine as well. Maybe a vocoder on the hi-hat. Comica, explain yourself. I know what a vocoder on the hi-hat would do, but are you talking about the noise portion to get the high end? Is that why you're saying that? Or was that actually a troll? I can't tell. Ableton 12 in March, yes. I've still got one eye on it. I will upgrade when it looks stable. He says as we've had an Ableton 11 crash already tonight. I'm going to blame Splice for that though. Kazin, yes, I have heard of the clip to zero method, and no, I don't like it. No, I left someone an essay who asked the same question on my video. If you go and look at the video on how not to master your tracks, I think it's called, where I talk about how I clip the master bus. So the idea of clip to zero is that you clip every sound first, basically, before it gets to the master. But that doesn't work. Because everyone thinks on paper, oh, if you clip the sound first, like if I've got a really spiky drum group, like if I group all these drums, etc., etc. Kick drum, that's bass, isn't it? So let's just listen to the drum group at zero. That's not the drum group. Forgive the volume for 1 second. Obviously, we're going over, right? Of course we are. We're referencing a mastered track, and that kick drum is going to be most of your bottom headroom. Does that make sense? Bottom bottom end headroom, bottom headroom. You know what I mean? The kick drum's going to be taking up a lot of energy, in other words. So adding stuff to the kick drum, chances of you clipping very high. You can see there we're clipping already. And we've not even added our subtrack yet. We're dealing with an unprocessed upper bass. So the clip to zero method is you clip that drum bus. Let's just add a free clip. Probably one of the better ones. It's in there. There we go. Free clip. And now the red light doesn't come on. Hooray, we've stopped the red light. So if you saw my video on this rant, you'll know why I'm saying hooray sarcastically. It doesn't actually do anything. Because as soon as we add the bass, guess what? Guess what? We're in the red again, right? Okay, so now what do? We clip the bass. Okay, right. So let's clip the bass. But the problem is, what you're doing is when you add two sounds together, you're adding 6 decibels. Right? So you can't clip to zero all of your parts and then recombine them, because you're just going to multiply that again. Not only that, 2 clipped to zero parts will just add, will just make +6, right? If they're both at 0. So clip to zero doesn't actually save you anything. What you would have to do is clip at -6, -3 on each of your, for example, so I'm going to clip at -3 on the drums, clip at -3 on the bass, and now we shouldn't go into the red. I think it's -3, is it? There we go. So now we're in the green again. Only one problem. We've destroyed all the drum transients and it's and then as soon as you add a third sound, that's going to add 6 dB again onto your now 0, right? So for everything you add, you're going to have to keep clipping at lower and lower and lower levels. So if you just clip to 0, it doesn't do anything. It's still going to clip at the end at +6. And the worst bit is clipping to 0 and then clipping the master bus is not better than just clipping the master bus, because what you're doing is adding distortion to every sound. Clipping distortion is the worst kind of distortion. It's not musical in part of the distortion is not musical. It's very clipping is square waves. So square waves have infinite harmonics. What happens in a digital domain is infinite harmonics reach your sample ceiling, like 44 kilohertz, 48 kilohertz, whatever you're working at. They reach that sample ceiling and then reflect back downwards. That's called aliasing. That's a terrible type of digital distortion, which is a reflection of your sample rate, not your musical note. So the distortion is not musical. It's related to a fixed sample rate, not the note that the instrument is playing. So the distortion harmonics are out of tune, like mixing in 2 tracks that don't match key. You're adding distortion that's out of tune. And not only that, you're adding that to every sound because you're clipping every group to 0, combining that distortion and then clipping it again on the master bus. So you're tripling down, quadrupling down on the worst kind of distortion. Which in my opinion is, well, I just don't like the sound of it. I don't think it creates nice sound. It's not, if you're doing it just to get loudness, it's not the way. It's not the way at all. Just sort your bottom end out and you'll be loud. I let the master clip. You can clip once. You can clip I let the drum transients clip because drum transients clipped to me sound cleaner and brighter than a limiter trying to handle the drum transients. If I have to be in a certain ballpark of loudness, which I'm already in because I'm referencing, right? So whatever I'm referencing, I'm just matching the volume of. I'm going to end up probably clipping the master. So, but I'm only clipping what I call micro transients. Stuff that's typically too fast for the ear to pick up on anyway. And stuff that would typically mess with a digital limiter. they don't react to super fast transients very nicely. So I just rather let them through. Oops, sorry, I don't want that to... Yeah, so clip to zero, I don't agree. I don't think it works. I don't think it sounds good. It's something that it sounds like one of those methods that you, if you don't know how digital audio works, you would come up with on paper, because that would make sense. But as soon as you realize in the digital domain that two sounds sorry, it's not digital, it's just how sound works. When you combine two sounds, you get plus 6 dB. Clip to zero can't work. So there's my clip to zero rant. Off topic, can you hear clipping? I mean, that's an important thing. You need to be able to listen out for it. So, can you hear the clipping here? Let's put a limiter on. Now, granted, this isn't the best limiter. But I like to use it because it's just basic. So that's unclipped. Obviously, you'll be hearing it via... You'll be hearing extra clipping because you're hearing it via YouTube's data compression. And then it's recompiled at your end digitally and reconstructed as a signal for your speakers. So there's extra processing at your end. But... Are we hearing obvious clipping? I'm not. But hopefully that answers your question on, yeah. If you haven't, Kazan, watch my video. It's called How Not to Master Your Music, or How Not to Master Your Tracks. I do a deep dive on the way digital audio behaves and why you can't treat meters as any kind of reliable source, and how clipping works in the digital domain, and why the red light comes on in the first place, because that's a little bit of science in itself that that doesn't relate to our ears. So, well, mostly doesn't relate to our ears. So, reference from the very beginning, and you'll just be there. Get your bottom end right. You'll see if you saw my video on bass processing, the very next thing we're going to do is add a sine wave for our sub frequencies. So this upper bass can do what it likes. I'm going to filter that off because it can't be relied on for subharmonics anyway, because we did this phase thing because it sounds cool. EQ. Let's put a 48 on. And we just want the second harmonic. So there's our first. Oh, I'll come back down to... I'll reduce the master down now, sorry. So there's the sub. That's where our sine wave is going to go, but in a more reliable fashion. And then... That's the octave above it, right? So we want somewhere in between. Let that one do its thing. And we're going to replace the subs with a sine wave. That's all it has to be. Put it on voice 1, just in case you're moving notes, so it doesn't overlap when you change pitch. Now just adjust our attack and release so we don't get the clicks. Having super fast transients in the sub realm isn't that important because we're going to be masked by the upper bass is doing all the talking, right? This is just going to be our sub rumble almost. So we know we're, what was it, 58 hertz, was it? I can't remember now. A sharp, yeah, about 58. So we'll put S. Let's measure how long. Actually, we can see our kick drum is just over halfway, isn't it, across the bar? Better start labeling things or I'm going to get lost. Normally Ableton gives everything a new color, which helps with organization, but because I've grouped everything so that it ducks when I speak, oh, I don't like that orange, do you? Let's have a purple sub. And let's go blue bass for now. Our drums can be green for now. That's fine. Yes, because everything's in a group. It's made everything the group green. I don't even like the green. Let's go some weird, that'll change things from now on. Anyway, doesn't matter. Does not matter. Sidechain. So we want this to be very strict, because this is our bottom end. So we saw our kick drum was over halfway. So I'm not even going to let the sub through for, actually, let's look at the shape of the kick as a voltage. So it's not completely square. It's not compressed out. It's not super compressed. It's not the same level across. So we can let some through towards the end. And that's going to be our sub. Oh. And we don't actually have to have the sub on this fast rhythm either. What you'll see some people do is half the speed of this. So it's just dum dum. It's just on eighth notes. Because that super fast pulse in the sub range, that can sound very messy in a club. So we might just do that. Because again, the top bass is going to be doing the talking. And then we would try to match him. We're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark. Below 80 hertz ish. I can be confident I've got that first harmonic right. Now, as for these, I'm listening out for that sub line being because this isn't completely clean, this filter, right? So it will be messing with phase. I'm just listening for if all those sub notes sound even, or if our upper bass is still messing with them. It sounds fine. It sounds fine, to be honest. They're certainly strong enough. Yes, Kaizen, exactly. Meters have got very little to do with how we hear. Who asked for the video on psychoacoustics, by the way? Someone said we're still waiting on your video on psychoacoustics. It's a bit of a big topic. Psychoacoustics just means how we hear versus what's measured, really. The perception of sound versus the reality of sound. how our brains decode the sound. I don't really know what I'd do for a video. I think I said everything I needed to say in that video about how not to master your music. It's probably my best psychoacoustics video. There's other phenomena as well, obviously. Masking is part of psychoacoustics, when other sounds mask each other. There's, stereo. When the sub and kick are confusing but sound good, what to do? You mean they sound good individually? Jack? They can't sound good if they're confusing each other, can they? You mean you have to mean they sound good individually, but they don't match it, they don't work together. Oh, good point, by the way. At the moment, our sub is on random phase. So on paper, you don't want that to be triggering randomly. But because our upper bass is random, I don't think it matters. We're going to get, at some point, we're going to get a clash, I think. But I think the lowest harmonic from our upper bass is low enough not to get not to affect our sub enough. I wasn't hearing it. I'm not hearing it duck unreliably. But if you are hearing, if you have a more solid bass, like let's do this experiment live. What is this sidechain? Oh, it was the crash also reset my sidechain. I need to save. But I think I know what you mean, Jack. So let's just do this experiment. Imagine our upper bass is not. Let's get rid of the sidechain as well, so we can hear these two interact. Imagine our upper bass is not on this random phase thing. So that's going to trigger the same. That's going to trigger exactly the same every time. You will hear the phase problems because as I sweep this filter now, you'll hear sometimes it will add. It will like add to the sub and take away from the second harmonic, or it will take away from the sub and add somewhere else. The constructive and destructive interference is what it is. If I change this frequency. So with that, around there we're getting some kind of addition. There we're cancelled. Can you hear that? The sub actually disappears. And if you're worried you can't get it exactly in between because it sounds too weak, too high, and it interferes too much too low, we can start messing with the phase. So you can either do that in the synth, or if it's audio, you can use something like sound delay. One second. Utility. There we go. Sound delay. We can try delaying because all phases is time shift. Effectively, Dan Worrell did a better video than I can explain right now. But what this does is just delay it in either milliseconds or samples or both. So we can play around with very small amounts of time shift and see if any of those harmonics get better or worse. Can you hear the change? Now we're too far out of time. Or we could try the opposite. Try delaying the sub. There is a change there, but it's not reliably making the sub any more solid. And as we go too far out of phase, we actually lose the groove, not just the phase. So, but that's something you can try if it's feeling too weak when you separate them. Anyway, let us get back to so you can see how much more severely we sidechain the sub, because that's all room for the kick now. Let's put our phase randomness back on this sound to get it to sound. Right, what else can we learn from Boris? Not that this is specific to Boris. Lots of effects. What even is that? I don't mean the instrument. I mean the what you do there is basically just go searching sound effects libraries. For example, Kashmir has a whole section of, these effects elements. There's impacts. These are a bit hard EDM for this, but you get the idea. It's just effects. Noisy. It sounds like a piece of percussion with a reverb on it, to be honest. Drums, any percussion we can. Too harmonic. Yeah, something like that would do. This is the kind of thing I would try anyway. This is, again, not to sound exactly like him, but the same idea. We take one of these hits. I just need the one. Got to play it further down the keyboard. Maybe there, something like that. You could always filter that if you don't like that glassy sound on the top. What am I doing? I don't need a super long note. And then we just throw that through a delay and a reverb. Again, my favorite long reverb, Dragonfly, will do for now. Dragonfly. Let's just use the built-in delay for now. Ping pong. Like I say, if you don't like, that rhythm. If you don't like that glassy sound, we can always just. There you go, instant atmosphere. Try even lower pitch if you wanted more of a darker mood. Because this is percussion, I'm not worried about the actual... There's very little note pitch here. There's one in there, obviously, but it's kind of irrelevant. If the job of that hit is for atmosphere, I'm not really worried about the pitch. Oh, is volume 5 coming, is it? Now, that's a good question. B, what can you expect from your first year of producing? Oof. Well, obviously, there's a lot of variance. If you're absolutely brand new in your first year, what can you expect? Great question. Probably about 10 plays on SoundCloud. That's not an insult, by the way. I'm just I'm just saying, don't, you know, the average time, there's a saying in, it's not even just in the music industry. There's a saying in most industries, and it doesn't matter whether it's art or technology or you name it. They call it the 10-year overnight success. So in 10 years' time, you'll be a hit overnight. Because that's when suddenly everyone's heard of you. Or you've kind of got good enough. And that lines up with the... that saying was around a long time before Malcolm Gladwell did his research on the whole 10,000 hours thing. So it turns out if you do 5 hours a day for 10 years, that's about 10,000 hours. Obviously, you can do 10 hours a day for 5 years to get your 10,000 hours in, but most people don't really manage that. So you expect to kind of not really become any kind of master of any skill for a good 10,000 hours. Not a difficult skill like music or engineering. I mean, AI is going to fast forward a lot of that for us very soon. I'm still keeping my eye on what AI can do for us. Downloaded RipX, the new DAW that separates all the tracks from your favorite tracks, but it's not very good yet. Actually, I tell a lie, it's quite good in hip-hop, slower genres, but didn't really work for dance so far. Yeah, so your first year? Oof. Well, what is your... This is like the question of, can you give me track feedback, please? I'm always going to ask, what is your measure of success? What do you want to do? Because that's part of it. That's really, well, that's not part of it. That's the whole thing. What you want to do is determines what you would consider successful. Jack's getting censored somehow. I don't know what you're trying to say. You're very proud. It's a very long game, yeah. So Rolled is 6 months in. How you doing, Rolled? Have you finished a track yet? Let's quiz some. Did anyone finish a track in their first year? I presume some of you would. It doesn't have to be good. I wish I could find my early works. Pre-internet, pre-sample libraries, and having to record every sound myself. I think I got 1 or 2 tracks finished in my first year, maybe. Terrible tracks, obviously. Helix, yes. Making music is easy. Good music isn't as easy, yes. If it was easy, everyone would do it, right? Well, this is what we see. So here's a very interesting statistic for you. You know how everyone's up in arms about SoundCloud, Spotify no longer paying you if you don't get 1,000 plays? It's because I think 85%, there's about 8 million artists on Spotify, last count. 6.5 million of them can't get 1,000 plays. So 85% of Spotify's server space is taken up by is hard drive space that's being used that doesn't generate any revenue. I'm sure that's one of the reasons for the decision. Because it turns out 85% of people can't get more than 50 followers because they only think about the music, and the music is only part of the equation. You need to be able to figure out how to get noticed and seen, which, by the way, I'm not talking about record labels. That's certainly not the way to do it. But just in general, understanding how to get yourself a reputation or an identity in anything, not just music, that's the hard bit. Whatever you produce under that identity then has to obviously live up to whatever the people think the identity is supposed to be. That's your second hardest bit. Can you provide for the brand, etc.? So, hello, Joanne. No, we were doing Boris. We were looking at Boris Brejcha. Brejcha? I have still not been corrected on how to pronounce that one. Apologies. But yeah, you will never stop getting better. You just have to not stop. And then you will eventually reach a point where you are, you could, at any point in time, even in your first year, you could fluke a naive hit. Something that's so naive that it's original, that everyone loves. I used to work with a guy. He's been around the scene. He helped a guy called Gerald make that hit, and many others. He's a very quirky producer. He doesn't really have any. I was going to say he doesn't have a respect for genre, but he doesn't hear genres the way everyone else hears them. So when he tries to do a track, it sounds nothing like the scene, but he thinks it does, if that makes sense. And every now and then he produces something so wild that it does something really good. And his publisher kind of pays him to do that. He gets to mess around and produce. Most of the time, it's kind of, most people just say, that sounds terrible, mate. Why are you doing that? But he keeps trying, and he keeps trying different things, and he never sticks on one area at a time. And I refused to teach him music theory because I thought it would spoil his approach, because he was so quirky and like naive at his approaches. Yeah, he drafted me in to play guitars on a hip hop track, a hip hop album, in fact. Was how I met him, and it turns out he'd done a lot of cool things around the industry over time. But yeah, you could totally fluke something very interesting in your first year, but certainly don't hang your hat on it. What can you expect in your first year? It's a great question. I don't know. Lots of frustration, pain, breakthroughs, eureka moments, highs, lows, bad advice, good advice. Anything could happen in your first year. Try to have fun. That's all I would say. Just try to have fun. That's because that's going to come through in the music. We should change the live stream, shouldn't we? The title. Now, here's the thing. How do I change the title while I am live? Is it possible? Can I do this? Oh, yeah, yeah. Hopefully I'm still live. It's letting me edit the title. Something like that. I will have to edit this. There we go. I'll just call it that for now. That'll help us keep us on topic. Actually, just to finish my answer on that question, by the way, because I was talking about this with my manager. Someone asked me, "Was I afraid? Are you afraid to fail?" Which is a big kind of, which is a thing that you can kind of engineer to go away in the long term. But, yeah, I was asked, was I ever afraid that my YouTube videos would not be good enough? And of course I was, but I said what helped negate all of that was we had data ahead of time because of the likes of great YouTubers like Ali Abdul and, you know, like I say, the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours thing. We knew already that the first 100 videos would suck. We knew that. And on average, it takes, if I could only manage one video a week, which is what we set, that's all I could do time wise. So we dedicated ourselves to one video a week. We knew it would take 2 years to get to the first 1,000 subscribers. And by that point, the 100 videos would be out the way. And I wouldn't suck as much. So then it's just a question of sitting down and trying to do a video a week for 2 years. And what do we learn? And then come back to it in 2 years. And where are we at? What does it look like it's growing? Is it valuable? Have we formed a style, an opinion, a brand? I already had the brand idea. That helps massively, by the way. I knew I wasn't going to talk engineering at the start. It was always going to be music, not engineering. So, that's it, Voodoo Ray. Willie, I was trying to think of Voodoo Ray, the guy called Gerald. Obviously, it was Voodoo Ray. Yes, Annie helped with the vocal production on that one. Anyway, well, the vocal sample bits, it's not really got much of a melody, has it? The vocal hook thing. Thank you, Ovamoro. Ovam, call you for short. Anyway, yes. Let me mute that for now. Yeah, so I knew it would take 2 years just to get to the 1,000 subscriber level before I could even become a YouTube partner. And because I knew that, I had a goal to aim for. So I wouldn't expect much for your first year. Just try to understand all the different roles. Know when you're trying to be a producer versus when you're trying to be an engineer versus when you're trying to be a songwriter versus when you're trying to be your own manager. All that kind of stuff. Because when you can separate the roles in your head, you're hopefully less overwhelmed trying to learn everything at once. Because obviously after that comes social media marketing and branding, and there's just so much. And it's really overwhelming. So you're going to get frustrated and overwhelmed. It's going to be information overload because now you have access to every piece of information you need on YouTube and the rest. and some of it's good, some of it's bad, and you won't know yet, so you're just going to have to try things. But yeah, all you've got to do is keep at it, because stuff will just, the pieces of the puzzle will start to fit together over time, and that amount of time is different for everyone. So the best thing you can do is try to enjoy yourself. Do what you like. Seek out what you like. Don't try to do anything for numbers like followers or trends, or unless you're genuinely into them, and you'll be fine as long as you keep at it. Right. What else can I do here? Is this mono? It's not mono, is it? It's mostly mono. Thought it was. Just that percussion loop that's not. Or something in there. Well, and the bass, obviously. Upper bass. Never want your sub to be stereo, by the way. Don't do that. We've got MP3 artifacts, obviously. Space Monkeys. Yeah, I can't learn much from that. I wanted to know what that atmosphere was that's running in the background. In fact, while Splice is open, I'm going to type in atmosphere, because we're getting some atmosphere on like a 2-bar loop. No, I don't want bird song. Again, we could just probably take a piece of percussion, add lots of reverb, record it as audio. This is me going through Splice, by the way, just you can see. That's too musical, that's got a chord in there. Sounds like a dog. Vinyl. We could be here for a long time. It's not awful, but there is a chord in there again. I'd rather just noise. Who has for Stutter House? There you go. Done. No. Okay, let's just let's do what we did with this thing. Oh dear. No. Stop that. Splice is playing back with my door. I don't want that to happen. Can you please not do that? You're good? In fact, that's all one in the same loop, isn't it? What we did here. Is basically just this. It sounds like a... I'm going to add some pitch to... something like that. Probably too pitched. Can you even hear that in the scheme of the track? No, not too bad. I don't want that to be too musical. Oh, you'd probably have different percussion on a drum rack. Yeah, it's not too bad. While we're here, let's take that boop that's in our percussion and reverb that to match the Atmos. Sounds a bit like it's standing out because it's completely dry. So I'm just going to automate that one boop. And let's turn it down in the loop as well. I think it's cool, but it's not. It doesn't have to be that loud. Oh, that's where our hi-hat is, isn't it? Oh dear. Okay. So I can't turn it down as a whole because that's our hi-hat. I'm going to have to. I'll just automate an EQ dip at this point. Excuse me. We can see it's all centered here. I'm not bothered about the rest. I'm just going to turn that on at that bit. And then judge the amounts in context. There we go. Hello, Tom. I'm good, thank you, Geezer. You know, Geezer doesn't get used a lot up north, which is a shame. It's a great way to greet someone. Right, what else can we learn from Boris? Gravity. We've got that. His main interest is, I don't know if you call that a percussion loop. It kind of is. You could either make that with a synth. I'll show you both methods actually, just so I can show you my thinking on this. So I would get something like a very soft wave, like a sine or a triangle, or this is a rounded off square thing. We're going to do a pluck envelope, something very and then we're going to take a random note generator, like, is it in Max for Live? Yeah, Sting. And we're going to make it do put a sidechain on it, obviously. Quite a heavy one. Let's just turn this up so we can hear it. I'm going to filter it out of the bass. I just want those upper beeps. This is not a bass part. Dan Saf, yes, roll. kind of doing the job, right? I'm pretty sure that's not how he would have done it, though. So the other way you might get something like that would be take a conga loop, something like that. What have we got? Maybe not the best. And then we just take the top end off it. We need to sidechain again. Uh-oh, what did I press? Oh, I pressed record. Or, there's another option. While I'm on that thought train, we can drop this sample into a sampler, have it slice everything up, and then put the random note generator back on and have it play a new loop with those kind of sounds so they're not too musical. That kind of idea. Get the sidechain back on again. Oops. We want no low end in that one as well, don't we? There we go. So that would sound... Oops. No top end either. Try and take the low. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with having a full conga loop. But just trying to match his atmosphere. Look at this rather indistinct percussion thing. Obviously, it's too loud as well. Let's try some other loops. I think I prefer the synth. But there we go. Possible options for your random percussion-y things. Or you could just find a loop that sounds like it, obviously. Search your percussion loops. What else have we got going on? Hey, let's do some piano. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, no. Now we're going to have to explain. He's done the thing. He's done the thing, chat. He started on not the one chord.
Faded gravity. Melting away.
So this piano is not in A sharp. Do I still have a piano loaded? I do.
Dissolve and weightless.
Okay. Some... Oh. nice. That's a delay. You can do that with a delay. Let me just remind myself where this goes. I forgot about this section. Bit of a respace. Reverse piano. Oh, okay, and now we're on the move. Yes. So on the move, I mean the bass. I've just realised my sidechain on the audio hasn't worked this entire time since we crashed, has it? Oh dear. 1 2 1 2. In. One, two, 1 2 1 2. There we go. Hello. Yeah, there you go. So when I say on the move, I mean we are no longer static on this A sharp. It turns out this note he has held all this time is note 6. Because that third one is note 1. Turns out we're in D minor. Okay, we got a long progression here, haven't we? That's 4. So this progression here is a 6 7 1. Are we still in 1 2 7? Yeah. So at some point we've had half a bar, look, because we're now annoyingly halfway. So I'm going to put a new time signature in here. We're going to have a bar of 2 4 into a bar of 4 4. Then we land back on the beat. Sorry, the 4 4 goes there. Then I can put everything back on the bar line. Now I can show you what's going on with our bass. Obviously, we'll get to the piano in a second. Let me map out these notes. So we've opened up the bass sound a little bit, haven't we? Obviously, that's happened over time. Looks like we're going for 8 bars. Duplicate, duplicate. Let me just turn this into an 8-bar loop. So this is chord 6. The progression is this so far. Oh, sub. Hang on. That was the sub. Oh, I forgot we did 8s on the sub. My bad. 8-bar loop. Now, if you want to know why this is chord 1 and this isn't chord 1, it's very hard to explain, and I took 20 minutes to explain it in my video about the Gangsta's Paradise remix, and I called it the chord 1 problem. I think the video was called This Gangsta's Paradise House remix highlights the chord 1 problem. Or shows why, I can't remember what I called it now. I think I changed the title. It was, anyway, but yes. We're in D minor because these notes can only exist in D minor. Kind of. So where do we go? Where do we go? Let me put a marker here so I know. Oh, am I still listening in? No. This is... It goes down the octave. Okay. That's chord 4. Back to 6. Relative major, so that's chord 3. Okay. What are we doing now? We've gone into 3/4. And another bar of 2/4. Okay. I think we went to 3/4 there for a second. Okay, so this is interesting. Let's just map this out. How old is this track? Now, 6 years or something? It's been ages since I heard this. Right, so we need to go chord 4 here. I'll explain how I get to these notes in a minute, because this is, we need this to go to chord 1, which is the low D. Chord 4 is G. Back to 6. And we went to relative major of 3, which is an F. And then we go to E. And we'll do the melody next, obviously. I already know the notes for the melody, I can hear them. That goes down the octave. This is 3. So I think it's holding. Can't tell if he's going down there or not. We'll come back to that. Yeah, we've gone to 3/4 here. We've gone to 3/4. So this, right. The drums are staying in 4/4. But the chord progression, melody, and bass have gone to 3/4. So let's just do this first 8 bars. I'll put the piano in so you can hear what's happening. We had one here, didn't we? So that's on the 1. Do, 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 do. 1, 7, 1, 2, 3, 2 is where we're at. What pitch we at? Yeah, we're up here. And then it's this. Do, 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 do. Basically just, how would you describe that? No, these are what we call stepwise notes. These are just the notes of the scale. Like I say, we're in D minor, it turns out. This is now forming the third of the chord that would be, this is chord 7 in D minor, which is here. So here's our chord. Happens to be a C major chord. So that you can see the melody's landing here on the second note of the chord. Our first chord is here, because remember we started on A sharp. We're starting on 6. So these are chords basically. And then we go to a 9th, I think. So keeping it stepwise. Yeah. And back down to the E, even though the bass has landed on a D. So that makes this chord what we call an add 9. Because your chord would be 1, 3, 5. The melodies decide to land on this 9th. You can see the A, where we get the A from, is note 5 of the chord. Again, these are just stepwise, what we call passing notes. And what was after that? Oh, he does resolve it there. And to the fifth of the chord. Do 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 is 67176. Because we're on now the bass is on a G, which is so we're on chord 4. So this is our chord now. And you can see the melody does this. It's note 3 of the chord, passing up to note 5 of the chord, back down to 3. Do do do. Again, all stepwise. So it's all stepwise passing notes until we land on a note of the chord, basically. Usually. No, 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 no. So back the other way. Because now we're on chord 6, which is, this is the bass note. A sharp. So back to the third of our chord. Oh. Major 7th. This would make chord 6 major 7. He's reached for that major 7th up there. Lovely note. That's just the notes of the chord. We're now in. We're now on an F. This is chord 3. So that's here. You're about to hear it go up and down. That's all it's doing. Na na na. Yep. Da, 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 da. This is again a major 7th. Because if the chord was this, there's our 7th. Let's put that the octave low. Oops. Do, 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 do. And then we syncopate these. These are offbeat now. These are all offbeat now. Do, 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 do. Repeat that. Now into 3/4. Right. I have to show you what I mean by 3/4. So instead of taking up 4 beats for a bar, now we're taking up 3 beats for a bar. So you'll see the movements are after 3 beats, even though the drum beat carries on as usual, playing, 4/4. We're going to change here. So I can't keep my bass here. How deliciously Deadmau5 type experimental. Only a musician would do this. I don't ever hear it. Whoever was asking earlier about is he a DJ or a producer? I would say musician, because I don't think a DJ thinks this way at all. This is a DJ wouldn't risk chopping this up into 3 because it risks confusing your audience. This is purely into musical experimental territory. And because Gravity is nearly 8 minutes long, it's obviously of the type of track that basically when you write this kind of thing, you're not going for international hit. You're not pretending to be Taylor Swift here. Or Coldplay or Ryan Tedder, not one of those kind of writing things. So now we're into 3 beats per bar. So let me just change our grid to 3 beats. we're Klaus. This is Gravity by Boris Brejcha. How does one acquire this skill? This is called relative pitch. And the way you acquire this skill is, what would you do? First of all, I recommended this to a viewer last week. What's it called? Yes, right. Now, don't take offense when you hear this name. But you need to go to the tone deaf test. This is your starting point, right? This is going to be very loud, sorry. So it's going to test you on your basic pitch recognition. First of all, this is where you get your pitch direction from. So the example it gives here is these two notes are the same, whereas these two notes are different. Okay, now some people, believe it or not, cannot hear that. So now it gives you a blind test. Are these the same or different? Same. Oops, wrong. Sorry, I was trying to be quick. Those are different. But that you start there, and that will determine whether you have pitch direction. Because as the test goes on, it's not just asking you are they same or different. It asks you are they higher or lower. So the first thing you need to recognize is whether pitch is higher or lower. That's where you start. Because obviously you're not going to know how high or how low when you start. But that's where you start. And then what you need to move on to when you're confident you can detect higher or lower. Let me just look at, there's another one. Then we get into what's called actual relative pitch. Let me just find a good website. I'll recognize it when I see it. Oh, it's taking forever to load. Nah. Not you. This one. Yeah, this one. Muted.io's relative pitch. So you're going to get, it's going to give you a pitch. Obviously, you need to know your notes, your 12 notes. And it's going to give you a pitch, and then you have to guess where it goes from there. I can tell that's what we call a major seventh gap. That's a semitone. That's just one up. And it just, you're not going to get this, obviously, but this is where you advance to, basically. So, give me the same one again. Oh, it keeps doing the same one. It should. There we go. It does give you random ones. Okay. Oh, oops, the other fifth. Oh, sorry. I keep thinking about. It keeps changing the. The only problem with this website is now it starts on C where it started on B. It keeps changing the order of these. It should keep them the same. That's not fair. It's double checking your ability to read as well as your ability to hear. Sorry. So it's not maybe the best website, but basically there's probably a free app on the phone as well. You need a relative pitch test is what you're looking for. So the different, you'll have heard of perfect pitch. It's very unlikely anyone, as far as we're aware, perfect pitch cannot be learned past a certain age. Your brain needs to be still developing at a certain rate to learn. Like when you're very, 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 very young, you can teach perfect pitch so that when you grow up, you no longer need a reference pitch. So I can only do what I do when I've already heard a pitch. If you give me one note, like this A sharp, and then give me any other note, I will tell you where it's gone in terms of distance. I'll know if it's a tone away, a semitone away, a fifth away, an eighth away, etc., etc. So I need a note first, whereas people with perfect pitch, you can play them a note blind for the first note they've heard of the day, and they will know what note it is just from the vibration frequency. That's perfect pitch. Very different. So, and that's something you can't learn. Relative is what I have, and you get better relative pitch with practice over time. One good way of doing it is basically just do what I did there. You practice working out other people's melodies. And if you don't know how to do that, it's really as simple as you've got to do it the hard way. You take, make it as easy for yourself as you can. Maybe filter the bass out with an EQ. Something like this. Just get the mid-range so you can hear that melody. Obviously, you can hear my bass. And then get your piano and try and find the note. You just go up and down the notes. And you might find the note in the wrong octave, but that doesn't matter. Eventually you'll find it's a 1 in 12 chance, right? You'll find you'll find it eventually. Just you have to go bar by bar, beat by beat. So you find the first note, and then you wait for the next note, you loop that bit until you find it on the piano, and you just keep doing that over weeks and weeks and months and months. Find it note by note by note. And you will eventually be able to start recognizing both, you'll start noticing tropes in melodies, because the way we hear, it's not just a case of random notes. Not every combination of notes sounds good. We have things that we like to hear, especially in the West, because we've been conditioned for decades. So you'll start to notice tropes of where melodies go and jumps that they make. So, like, I always remember the fifth jump. That's John Williams, right? So that's Star Wars. It's Jurassic Park. It's Superman. All the John Williams. It's 1 and 5. So I remember that as a fifth. So when you hear that in another melody, you go, fifth. Doesn't have to be on trumpets or or what else. No, Jack, it's not bad news. It's you can learn relative pitch. That's what I have. I have relative pitch. I can't do perfect pitch. I couldn't. If you played me a note out of context, I can't tell you what that note is. I can only tell you the distance between two notes, and that's because I spent a very long time when I was a very long time learning it. Just the way I showed you, note by note. Get the track, loop it, try and work out the first note, try and work out the second note. Helix got 36 out of 36. Perfect. So you've got relative. You know your relative pitch distance direction. You've got pitch direction. You're definitely not tone deaf. Tone deaf, true tone deafness, which is called amusia, amnesia or something. That's very rare in people, believe it or not. You're unlikely to be actually completely tone deaf, but it does happen. And even then, you've got technology now that will help you make great music. You don't have to be. I think Charlie Puth has perfect pitch. That's hard to say. Charlie Puth has Oh my God, that's a new tongue twister. Whoever can say that 3 times fast gets a free drink. Charlie Puth has perfect pitch. Charlie Puth has perfect pitch. Oh my God, that's really hard. Charlie Puth has perfect pitch. There we go. That would be one of those on recording. It would literally be 100 recordings. You have no idea how many takes I do for the videos, by the way. A video can take me up to 4 days. I hope you feel my pain. Anyway, so we need to explain 3/4 next. Whoever asked polyrhythm, no, it's this is polymeter, so slightly different. Polyrhythm is when, I mean, you could argue it's polymeter, polyrhythm, but I'm not going to go there really. This is polymeter for me because the bass is in 3/4, the drums are in 4/4, right? So for me, that's two different time signatures. So we're in polymeter. Polyrhythm is when you have like 4 here, but then 3 in the space of 4 at the same time. It would be somewhere in here. That would be polyrhythm because it's the 3 exists over the same space as 4, whereas here the 3 exists over the space of 3 beats. Sorry, I've not done that well, but here we go. The 3 exists over 3 beats, not the full 4 beats. So we're just changing every 3 instead of 4. So that makes it polymeter, not polyrhythm. I hope that explains the difference, but let's get going. So we're in 3. Where does it go? So it's 6, 1, 4. Do, do, do. See, this is the relative pitch coming into action. When you hear me talking numbers, these are the relative notes of the key. We've got 7 notes in the key, and I'm shouting out the numbers I'm hearing, the notes in the key I'm hearing. So we start on 6, 6, 1, and then 4. And because I already know D minor off the top of my head, it's all the white notes minus this one. The B gets flattened. This is D minor. So I know D minor off the top of my head, so I know 4 is already here. But if you don't know that, you could just do everything in A and transpose it later. So we have a bar of 4/4 there. So I'm going to change the time signature at the top so it lines up. So we're in 3, 4, 4, 3 bars. Sorry, 6 bars. And when we land on that low D, oh, sorry, I could take this EQ off again now, can't I? Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 1. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's how it's counted. So this is a 4/4 from here. What a nutter, Boris. Cheeky boy. There's not many people do that in electronic music. Obviously, deadmau5 probably tried because he's not really a DJ. deadmau5 is definitely a musician more than he's a DJ. Have you noticed people don't play his tracks other than himself? There's a video. Why is that the case? I do want to talk about that at some point. Now, actually, what's going on in the piano is a polyrhythm. So I'll show you that next. I'm just going to move our bass to 8th notes. Oh, it's going to be quicker if I just do this, isn't it? Sorry. Bear with me. So we're on 6. I'm going to take that percussion loop out. Where's our where's the thing? Sorry, it's not G, is it? It's chord 6, A sharp. Do, do. After 3. And then we go to the low chord 1. There we go. Right. So 6 bars of 3. And we've got this falling melody on the piano, which is going in dotted 8s. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it's every 8. I think it started on a D. Do, 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 do. Yep. No, no, no. Just going down the notes of the scale. And that gets repeated until we land on a note that makes sense. You'll notice he repeats this note because at this point we've landed on chord 1, the D. Sorry, the D, there we go. Just literally going down the scale, all 7 notes. Well, 8 because we got the octave. And then we stop there. We don't go to the G because the G wouldn't make sense in this chord. Whoops. That wouldn't make sense. So he's landed here. Because he wants to resolve it somehow, right? So we've landed on a note in the chord so it sounds resolved, sounds finished. And then we can get back to where we were before. And because that's 3 8s over 3 4, you could argue that's polyrhythm. Because this takes place over the same period as 3 beats. Look, here's our 3 beats. Those would be our kick drums. So, yeah, you could say this is polyrhythm, whereas the bass versus the drums is polymeter. Also, we've opened our bass up fully, haven't we, at this point? So we're up here. It's not the right sound, is it? We need some other sound in there. I'd have to go through other waveforms before we got there. Drum fill and back to... That's Eli, sorry. Back to here. Do, 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 do. Octave. We got the octave question and answer in the melody. If you didn't know what happened there. Oh dear, what's going on? What's going on? Something's happened. Why is our note late? Oh. Oops. Accidentally changed the start point, sorry. Yeah, to do this we just take everything, put it up the octave. Sorry, it goes there. That's how we do that. That's what's happening second time round for interest. You've got to add interest for an 8-minute track, especially after you've teased everyone on chord 6 for, what, 3.5 minutes? Yeah, so that's copy paste. with our melody edition. Oh. See, this type of, when you've got these two melodies going on, this is sometimes called counterpoint. People confuse it with harmonization. Harmonization is when you do everything at the same time, usually. Like, I could harmonize this line. Let me just demonstrate this quickly. Put our drums back in. So, harmonization would be using other notes of the chord. Like, we know this is note 1, so I'll put note 5 underneath. So we start over here. Sorry, I mean, we start on note 3, so I can use any other notes of the chord. Move in the same stepwise motion of the scale. Do something like this. So that's harmonization. You're adding harmony to an otherwise single note thing, right? Okay. That's harmonization, basically filling out the other notes of the chord. Whereas counterpoint is what's going on here, where we've got, it's basically two melodies crossing over each other. This kind of thing. They're not necessarily related. Something like this. I'm just making this up as we go along. I don't know if this is the melody. This is the principle, though. Oops, that's not the scale. I do know my scales, I promise. So that would be counterpoint, where, I mean, technically counterpoint is when something goes up, the other one goes down. I think that's the classical definition, but I would call that the counter melody when it's not doing the same things. That's kind of my definition of it. It's not necessarily the strict classical definition. Apologies to those still in classical academia that know a lot more terminology than I've forgotten. Yeah, so I suppose counterpoint is a form of counter melody. Mr. Pillay. Puvendran? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, sorry. But yes, hopefully that made sense. I distinguish them between harmony and counter melody. So for me, counter melody is when the other melody, you've got just another melody doing something different, something counter to the main melody that we've established here. So I suppose it worked because mine was going up and when the other one wasn't going up. So counterpoint is it's probably more the strict classical definition of when two things go in opposite directions. Hello, Juti. If that's how you pronounce your name. Juti. Apologies for my terrible... I just noticed Puvendran's earlier question. Does learning do, re, mi help with relative pitch? Absolutely, yes. Yes. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Yeah, not that I'm a good singer, but it actually really helps your pitch brain to be able to connect to your voice. Even if you're bad at it, like me, if you can hear a note in your brain, da, and then sing it, da, in some fashion, Doesn't have to be bang in tune or doesn't have to sound nice. We don't all have great voices. I did try fronting a rock band once. But everything I sang, I just wanted to be James Hetfield from Bthelick. Didn't sound great. American accent, all that. But yes, try and sing your ABCs, your do re mi's. Yes, that's something I often forget. Do re mi is more popular in. It's obviously it's French born, so they learn do re mi, fa sol la ti do di. Is it? I can't remember them all now. That's how long it's been for me. I've been in electronic music so long. We just A B C D E F G. So but do re mi is your major scale. That's the same as C D E F G A B for us. Apologies, super hard name to pronounce. No problem. I'm sorry. I apologize if I butchered it. Sorry. Mine's really easy. Mine's Ben. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, to, probably. Yep. Or is it do? Yeah. So, la, si, do. Oh, we've got different versions. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. I actually thought it was a mixture of those. I thought it was la, ti, do. Between those two, it's right? We've got their anyway, so we got into counter melody because so we had those octave, which I'd call and response, question and answer, the ones that were the octave above. Those. No. They're just in different octaves, one bar apart. So what we've got going on here now, this is what I called a counter melody because it's going in the opposite direction and it's different to the main melody. So we wait an eighth. And it's that 3/8 trope again. Da, da, da. Let me get my eighths on. This. And we do the same, but starting on the C now. Stick to the scale. Oops. Now those are going to overlap. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore. We finished the track, don't we? We don't go to that section. Let's go back to note 1. Oh. So that's why that's there. That's a new note, this. It's to bridge down to the na. So we resolve down to 1. Just a passing note again on the chord because it's all 3 notes of the chord. So that gets us back home, and then I presume we'll mix out, are we? Yeah, and then we've got those Phrygian movements on the A sharp. So here's a question. What does Beatport think this key is? Because it starts in G sharp for a very long time. Then we do some G sharp Phrygian stuff. And then it turns that G sharp into chord 6 of D minor. Sorry, A sharp. A sharp, not G sharp. So our Beatport probably thinks this is A sharp, right? Because that's what it is for the majority of... let's have a look. See, this is where computers don't really work. Gravity by... Not letting me search. Right, now here we go. Search for gravity. Boris Brejcha should come up first. Oh no, gravity by gravity comes up first. There we go. Original mix. Oh, I think I've got a bad copy. This sounds much better. I'll have to buy that. It says... Oh, interesting. It says B flat major. B flat major. Which is A sharp, yes. But it thinks it's major. Probably because of the Phrygian movements. Phrygian does throw off key detection. So it would change from... If it did think it was minor, the Phrygian movement would throw the guess off, and then it just defaults to major. Because mixed in key or any of these technologies don't really understand not major or not minor, so they just say it's major. And yeah, it's gone for B flat, which is A sharp. I wouldn't mind, but the preview section of the track is the D minor section in the middle. It goes straight into the piano. So this whole section is D minor for the end. If you want to know what this bit is, it's a simplified version of what we get on the drop. This is a 2-note harmony. We've got the bass note in the piano, insinuating the root of the chord, and then that melody on top, but without all the passing notes. Once a bar. So it's still 6, 7, 1, 4. So the low note's going to be here, I think. Oh, sorry, that's the bass. Ignore me, piano. Let's mark this. Just so everyone's clear about what's going on in the breaks. Nothing actually that different. Let me just turn the velocity down so it's not so harsh. It's 1 a bar. So low A sharp, but the third of the chord is up here. Like 4 octaves above. Yeah. Obviously, drop the velocity of that as well, so it's softer. Oh, so it's that one. Which is the where the melody goes. Na 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 na. Goes up there, right? On the so these are basically the starting notes of. It's like he's took this melody and just erased all of these. And then made them move 1 every bar instead of 1 every 2 bars. That's all this is. With the bass note now played on the piano, not on the bass part. Obviously, lots of reverb, that helps. Yep, I mean it's still 1. 4, 6, 3. And the first notes again. I can't remember if that's the actual note, but he's picked note 5 of the chord. It's very high. The chord is this. that's our... This doesn't change. Oh. And guess what? That's the other note of the chord. And we mix out with a low piano D. Down there. Lots of reverb.
Faded gravity.
Reverse reverb.
Away.
If you don't know how to do that, by the way, it's actually quite simple. I'm going to resample myself. So take the audio output of what's playing back. As audio, I'm going to turn up the reverb completely and have no dry signal, so we don't get the original piano at all. We just get the wet from the reverb. I'm just going to record that as its own note. Oh, I'm not recording on the correct track. That would help. That's all we need. Make sure I undo my effects change. Now we're going to hit R for reverse. And we're going to line this up. Something like that. Maybe add its own fade. Let me mute our congas. Where are those? Oh, it's that one. So now we should have a reverse reverb into... There we go. So that's all that's going on there.
Dissolve and weightless.
And then there. Okay, so we go full melody there, the one we had here, and all he's doing is playing the bass note every 2 beats, every other kick drum. So now our bass part is, oh, that's too low. It's on this tempo basically. Let's just turn those down. One every 2 kick drums. No, I've gone too fast. I'm looking at 16th sound now. Quarters would be kick drums, so it's this tempo. That's all it is, the same bass line. Ideally you want these to be soft as well, but you get the idea. So we just, basically the reason is to start to bring the pace up. Yes, because this entire melody is. Oh, and a nice re-space to end on.
Into darkness.
We've got that No. Does it go 3/4 there? That way I had to have the little the bar there so we landed correctly. Oh, it's this. Sorry, it's this section, isn't it? No. Yep. So now you can hear the polyrhythm. Because we've got 3/8 over quarters. I've done it again. Reverse there, and yeah, let's make a quick respace. Well, just in case anyone doesn't know how to make one, doesn't matter what synth you're in, you can get a fairly convincing one. There's a few ways to do this. We only want one note at a time. We take a saw wave, we add a filter, make it quite steep. Let's play our bass notes. It's these notes, isn't it, that are here? It's going to extend these to the full length. Not that one. Oh no. The last one is 4, the rest are 3, aren't they? Sorry. Let's do the first 3 and then that one. And the way you get a Reese, take the piano off, take the reference track off, just add some detune with unison. And how drum and bass it sounds is basically this detune amount. You can also add an octave to taste if you wish. Put that through the same filter. Detune it again. And the more out of tune it is, the more it will do that dirty kind of pulsing. Roo, roo, roo. Especially in the really low notes. Again, because we're using a lot of detune, not good for phase, so very unreliable sub. If you look at that on the meters, you'll see the sub harmonic going up and down as it cancels itself. Whoops. I'll do it over here. Do it low. There we go. See the lowest harmonic bouncing? That's a good 6 decibels up and down, which is twice the volume. So not reliable for sub-frequencies, respaces, but very cool sounding all the same. Do the same trick. If you want a reliable sub on your Reese, then just high-pass filter the Reese and add a sine wave underneath. It sounds like we got one of those filtering in. And then a little bit of that's that sounds like that. It sounds like part of that melody but reversed. something along those lines. So we do want the dry sound now because we want that attack to be reversed. So it goes whiff, 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 whiff. Put that through its own reverb. How does that sound reversed? That should give us a similar effect. Yeah. I don't think... what is that? Doesn't sound like the piano, although we do have Oh, I think it's a synth. Actually, let's just reverse Boris. See what we hear. Oh, okay. It is the piano. It's just been heavily it sounds like a lo-fi plugin that's trying to emulate chewed up tape. It's very wobbly. And then it was reversed, maybe. Possibly laid with a synth. Anyway. Some kind of reverse synth thing. I think that about covers Gravity. Yes, Helix, you can do it in Vital as well. You can remove the first harmonic. If you edit the waveform, you can take the first harmonic out. If you don't want that, do that high pass filter trick. It depends on what you're doing with the sound. If you're relying on the, you see, the Reese is relying on those waveforms beating together. Let me just grab this solo. When you take the first harmonic out, you stop the character. Some of it. Because it's the interaction between all those. You don't just get phase interaction between harmonics of the same octave. Harmonics of different octaves interact as well. So be careful on removing your harmonics from your waveforms, because it's not always, if you're using distortion as well to get any kind of dirt, which is common on Reese's, you know, this kind of thing. That's definitely going to change when you remove the first harmonic. So yeah, can be done. Doesn't always work in your favor though. The other way is harder. To answer your Puvendran, sorry, apologies if that's not how you pronounce the name. Yes, all these live sessions go on the channel. YouTube puts them in their own live section though. You won't find them with the main videos. If you go to the channel, there's a live tab. So everything goes up after the live session. Yes, don't worry. Sounds just like the World War Z movie. I've not heard it. It's a very common progression though, that whole 6-7-1 thing. What am I thinking of? Interstellar. That's just 671. You would need compression without the first harmonic. No, I don't see how that would change anything. Let's reverse Boris. Sirob. Correct. Oh, sorry, I missed Jack saying goodbye. If you watch this back, Jack, thank you. Take care. The only chance you might not see this live, Puvendran, is this will get copyright striked. And some labels are fine. They will just take the revenue. That's fine. They will give it to the original artists. Whereas some labels will block the video in certain countries. So I'm not sure where you're at. I'm presuming South Asia-ish. Maybe not. I don't know where they block the videos most. That's the thing. So I don't. Guessing where you live is kind of irrelevant. Sorry about that. But yes, if you can't see it, do leave a comment in one of my other videos, and I will edit it until it does not get blocked. But it takes a long time. That's the only problem. So hopefully it won't. What's my take on Boris not using any compressors in his songs? What you mean? Because I don't think he does, or has he said that he doesn't? Well, I've not used compressors mostly for a good half a decade plus, so I know it's entirely not needed. So I wouldn't be surprised if other people were waking up to the fact that you don't need compression in dance music. So it doesn't surprise me if someone else has said they don't use compressors. I used to be the only one that said it. But that's just kind of a conclusion I came to from years of engineering and good ear training. It wasn't really revolutionary to me. Right, you said it doesn't in an interview. Right, good. Good on him. Oh, apparently we're getting drops. I'm getting an error message. Error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. We're probably going to wrap up soon anyway. Yeah, should wrap up now. I need to get food. It's gone 10 o'clock. Just as YouTube says I can't stream anymore. Oh, Helix, you mean you would need compression to even out the pulsing? Well, the pulsing is the interaction between the harmonics. So that's not going to help, because when one harmonic pulses upwards, the other one cancels. So the compressor can't react to all the pitches. It can just react to the total level of the waveform. So you're not really going to get the same the effect that you want. If you can isolate that bass sub in a multiband compressor and stop it pulsing by 6 dB, then maybe yes. You understood compression as for mainly hardware to even out bad playing on things like guitars. Yes. So guitars do certainly lean on compressors because it's a dynamic instrument, basically. And because guitars are, electric guitars are heavily reliant on some form of distortion. That's what the amp does. It's a very transformative distortion. And if you want that kind of sweet spot of distortion, you have to stay within a certain volume range on the way into the amp. So many people use compression because guitar, again, like most acoustic instruments, is capable of putting out a very wide range of sound, dynamic sound. So that's why you use compression, to even out something that's too dynamic. The problem with compression in electronic music is people don't know that they're listening to very undynamic music, so they don't know that they shouldn't be applying compression, and they're just applying it blindly or deafly. Oh, is it because I've not done anything on... Oh, I wonder. Sorry, yes. Norvek. Is it because I'm not moving the screen? I'm not sure. The stream is very far behind. Sorry. Well, my stream... But it might have been because I was still for too long. Yes. It might be just that, saving on data. We did Fisher the other week, Luke. Fisher style thing. Is that not what you did? You catch that? I also did an edit for the main video channel. Did you catch that? We did Fisher style the other month, December, I think. Oh, thanks, FaZe. Apparently, everyone, there is a great interview. It's in German, but just use your closed captions on YouTube. Deep diving into Boris's Black Ice remix, which is full of good information. I shall check that out too. Oh, the Bob Marley. Sorry, no. No, we're not going to have time, I'm afraid. Boris used up all our time by making me explain counter melody, polyrhythm, polymeter, time signature changes, and changing key signature mid-track. Like an awkward git. How inconsiderate of him. But yes, thank you, everyone. I'm going to leave it there. This live stream will go up. Thank you for all your lovely questions. Sorry, I probably missed most of them. If you still have a burning question, just leave it in the comments once this video goes up, and I'll try and get round to it. I'm still small enough of a channel that I managed to get to most questions. So, and they also help me make new videos. So by all means, please, if I didn't answer your question, retype it into the comments, please. I won't be able to see the live chats reliably on my back end of YouTube after it's gone up. I would have to scan the whole video manually. So if you still have a burning question, please leave it in the comments once the video's got up, not the chat, and I'll try and get back to you. And probably will. And by the way, if I don't heart your comment, it's because I'm leaving it as a to-do. I'm going to come back to you later when I've got either a video or something substantial to say that I didn't have time to say when I saw your comment. So if you see me hearting a bunch of comments and not yours, it means I've seen yours, but I'm going to come back to you because you've asked something slightly more complicated or something like that. Okie dokie. Bigga pokey. That damn Boris. Yes, sorry, Luke. Sorry. Leave the question in the comments if you've got a specific question around the remix, the Fisher remix. I'll give it a listen and answer your question in the comments. Okie dokes. Let's do Boris to play out. Just the piano. Okay. Have a good evening, everyone. Or afternoon if you've just joined us from America. Sorry, we're just finishing. You can catch this stream on the live section of my channel in about an hour, tops. It will be uploaded. Thank you, everyone. Good evening.